Friday, what their gauge is, looking forward to the next week, and maybe trying to make those early bets for next week. What does it look like as far as do they try to maybe put in the options work now to have some payoffs early next week, or what do they look like at when there's about 20 minutes left here?
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. But one of the levels I know the investor I was talking with today was saying you really do want to see the S&P 500 at least hold this level around 55, 70. I'm just looking at it right now. You do want to see that it's able to hold that. If we break much lower, then not too much confidence about things rebounding and in the short term. And again, it's really we have to think about April 2nd. That's the big day, whether the reciprocal tariffs, what they look like. There should be more clarity, we hope, but we also don't know because that's not really been the style here. It's, on, off, yes and no, and these exemptions. So it's probably going to be a difficult backdrop for a little bit here.
Yeah, that's so true. And yeah, like you said, they're on, off, sideways, which way we going. But we'll wait and see how it all plays out on April 2nd and beyond. Joy, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox, breaking down the big day that we are seeing on this massive red day of a sell-off. But thanks for giving our viewers some insights on what's all going on. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
You take care. All right, and we will, with that, take a 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. Coming up in just a little bit, we have Senator Moody out of Florida. She will be speaking, so we'll have that and much more on Live Now. Back to Live Down from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Page. Let's head on out to West Palm Beach, Florida right now. Senator Moody is going to be talking about the fentanyl crisis and the Halt Fentanyl Act. So let's listen in on Live Now.
We back the blue, the green, and the tan. I didn't leave you fellas out. But thank you very much. Mayor Mariano, Mayor of Palm Beach County, we are grateful for your presence, and you've always been so focused on this issue, especially here in Palm Beach County, where this has really been a struggle and a challenge to so many in your county. And I know your heart is there for the families that you serve. Thank you for being here. I also want to thank Chief John Bonifair, Sheriff Eric Flowers, the CEO of Project Opioid, Alex Price, and many others. So many to name. We're going to have some more speakers from fire rescue, but it's really important that we don't lose sight of the deadliest challenge facing Americans right now. So it's oftentimes because we have so much going on, especially as leaders, and all of us in this room, if you're here and you care about this, you are a leader right now in your community. Oftentimes we have so much going on, we have to come back to our greatest threat. And right now, what is killing the most Americans is opioids, and specifically the deadly synthetic drug fentanyl. And while we are seeing glimmers of hope and progress, this still remains by far the greatest challenge to this nation. It also is impacting our children and our teens, many of whom who are taking counterfeit pills thinking they are Adderall, Xanax, Percocet, whatever, and it's actually a counterfeit pill laced with deadly fentanyl. We lose a classroom's worth of kids every day in this nation fentanyl poisoning. As a mother of a school-aged kid, as an attorney general, as your newest senator, this cannot keep happening in a nation where we have the tools and resources and organizational efforts and structures to attack it. And so we cannot lose sight. So the fact that we have so many people here on a Friday afternoon gives me hope. I know it does everyone behind me who we've really asked to take on duties that they probably never thought they'd have to take on when they put on that badge for the first time. In many respects, now if you wear a badge, you're saving lives. And it's not just the traditional way we think of, like stepping in, good against evil, standing up for someone who's been victimized. Now you're showing up using naloxone and administering that and saving lives, because we are dealing with an opioid epidemic where it demands such responses. And so I'm so grateful for those that do that and respond. I know here in Palm Beach with Air Rescue that does that every single day, and you're going to hear from Lieutenant Lombardo in just a moment. I want to tell you that in Florida, we have not let up on this. As you know, coming in as Attorney General, this was one of my biggest drivers for becoming the Attorney General, seeing this as a judge for so many years and wanting to be more proactive. And I knew it wouldn't just be a law enforcement approach in terms of fighting this. And I want to commend law enforcement across the state of Florida because they really stepped up. They sent officers to help at the border. They stepped up their enforcement efforts. We had leaders that were willing to push money to extra enforcement efforts. In fact, Florida led the nation in fentanyl seizures. I am so proud of that statistic, and I know that went a long way to our reduction in deaths every year due to fentanyl and opioids because of the aggressive law enforcement efforts here in Florida and because of the support that the legislative leaders and Governor DeSantis gave to law enforcement to help them step up those additional efforts. I want to thank President Trump, who said when he got in office this would be one of his main priorities. We have seen the border secured. I think we are seeing illegal immigration down 93%, and those crossings and that pouring into our country certainly paralleled the pouring of fentanyl into this country. So I want to thank President Trump. As many of you know, 2 years ago, I called for the cartels to be designated as foreign terrorist organizations. I begged and pleaded with the last administration to do that, to make that designation. It did not get done, but thankfully President Trump just did that as soon as he took office. And that is going to go a long way in our additional efforts. But in Florida, we knew it wouldn't just be about law enforcement efforts. We also noted that we needed to expand access to naloxone or Narcan, which is a life-saving drug. And so we've pushed it into the hands of our first responders, as many as we can identify that are willing to take on that responsibility. We've now made it available within drugstores to family members, concerned ones that have someone that are dealing with a dependency. And all of that has gone into decreasing our death rate. And we've also pushed treatment. If you are someone that is addicted to opioids or drugs, it has never been more more important than it is right now to get help, because we are seeing fentanyl and fentanyl-related substances laced in every drug imaginable. And so what you may have taken in the past will now kill you. And so if you are someone that struggled, we have partnered with Shatterproof. There is now treatmentatlas.org. You can go search your financial resources, your need. It will tell you where you can go to get help. We've been pushing that to Floridians, and we want to make sure that their families know that is available, because oftentimes it is the families that is suggesting it and pushing it and holding it out as an opportunity when someone needs it the most. So treatmentatlas.org. I advise everyone to get help. It is now more important than ever. Right here in the West Palm Beach Medical Examiner's District, I'm proud to announce that in our last available reporting, we saw a stagnation of deaths, a slight increase, but a stagnation. But we still have a lot of work to do within this area.
Right, Senator Moody, talking about the fentanyl crisis, not only in Florida, but really across the country as well, and trying to talk about the Fentanyl Crisis Act bill that will help not only jurisdictions out in Florida, but across the country as well, tackle that crisis as it continues around the country. All right, everyone, let's continue on with some other top stories that we are following here for you. And we want to talk about some news that President Trump made earlier today. He had an event at the White House and made some remarks inside the Oval Office today. He swore in his personal attorney, Elena Haba, as the interim U.S. Attorney for New Jersey. And before the event, President Trump also announced a major settlement with another law firm. And for more on these stories, let's continue to break it all down with our friend here on Live Now from Fox. This is attorney Brandy Zellen joining us here, legal analyst as well. Thanks so much for being with us on Live Now.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, no problem. All right, so let's get right into it. A busy Friday for President Trump there. But first, let's talk about Elena Haba, was a personal attorney for the president, and now the interim U.S. Attorney for New Jersey. Tell us just, is there any precedent where we have seen in the past there with presidents and their personal attorneys saying, you're going for U.S. Attorney?
Here is the thing, and it's something that's often glossed over. The U.S. Attorney, and there are 94 districts. There's 93, and then I think it's Guam and the Samoan Islands share one. It really is a political job. The U.S. Attorney is picked by the president, nominated by the president, and then it is for the Senate. It's the Senate's advice and consent. So for sure, a president is going to look to appoint a U.S. attorney who has similar political alignment or is aligned with the president. So it should be no surprise there. With regard to Elena's selection, irrespective of whether or not she actually has prior criminal, federal, prosecutorial, federal criminal defense experience, it's not that kind of a job. Being the U.S. attorney, where you have a bunch of assistant United States attorneys serving under you, it is a management position. It is up to the U.S. attorney for that particular district to implement the policies of the Department of Justice, to interpret the policies of the Department of Justice. And up at the top of all of that in the executive branch is the president. Elena has demonstrated time and time again that she certainly has the management skills. She's got the ability to oversee different lawyers doing different things. She has run her own law firm. So from the standpoint of being able to manage an office, between her closeness with the president, her political alignment with the president, and her management experience, I don't think it was a difficult choice for the president.
Yeah, and we have definitely seen her in the past there, speaking on behalf of President Trump and defending him. Now, going forward here, talking about really organizing and really trying to have the other attorneys really being, you're the leader of that group. Tell us maybe the process now that she will go from this federal level now and really instructing the other attorneys on some of the litigations.
Well, certainly the assistant United States attorneys who serve under Alina, they are seasoned, they are well respected, they are experienced. So it's not as if on a day in and day out basis, they will be going to Alina and saying, hey, what do you think about this prior bad act? Do you think I'll be able to get it in on my direct examination? Or what do you think about this? Can I get these statements of these co-conspirators in under the exception? It's not that kind of relationship. There are the line assistants, then there are supervisors. Alina is all the way up at the top. Again, she handles implementation, she handles interpretation. She will be the face of the office. She will be the one making press conferences and holding press conferences and issuing press releases on important cases, whether they are arrests or pleas or convictions after trial or sentences. So her job is not to be that granular in terms of dealing with the day in and day out grind of being a line assistant.
All right, and now I want to switch gears here because before the event happened with Elena, there was a big moment where President Trump talked about this law firm, Skadden and Arps, where the White House reached a preemptive deal with Skadden and Arps, where they will now provide $100 million worth of pro bono work. Tell us a little bit about this. This was interesting when it came out.
This is talk about a hand grenade. This is a legal hand grenade. If I have ever seen one, it is probably one of the most difficult things to talk about in the 38 years that I have been practicing law. Because on the one hand, there is this notion of we as lawyers, we as law firms are supposed to be above the fray. We are supposed to be above politics. We would like to think that the executive branch equally treats lawyers and law firms as being above the political process. You do a good job, you do good work, you'll get government contracts. You do a good job, you do good work, you have an opportunity to be a lobbyist. You do good work and you're respected and you're someone taken seriously, the government's going to deal with you when you are an adversary. And never, ever does the notion of politics come into the conversation. Suddenly it does. So it's very easy for me to sit here as a solo practitioner who doesn't have to worry about my livelihood being dependent upon government contracts. Imagine running a huge law firm with huge overhead and huge responsibilities, and so much of your revenue is dependent upon your interaction with the government, your government contracts, your lobbying, your ability to do business with the government. It's very easy to say, okay, fine, take it away from me, we'll be just fine. You have that conversation up in an ivory tower, not when it comes time to pay the light bill and pay salaries. So ultimately, we've seen now two very well-respected, two huge law firms having to basically bend a knee to the president to be able to ostensibly keep those lights on. And I know a number of my colleagues are up in arms and absolutely apoplectic over it. But again, when you're responsible for writing the checks and keeping the lights on, it's easier said than done to turn your back on that business.
And now with this pro bono work, if they didn't go into this agreement, what would have happened? And would they have just not gotten any more contracts? Would they have been looked at maybe by others as well?
It is ostensibly, if there's such a blacklist, you're on that blacklist. You can do as a couple of other firms have done, go into court and bring an action and try to get emergency, what we call interim relief in the form of a temporary restraining order and injunctive relief to prevent those contracts from being terminated, to prevent those relationships from being terminated. But now you're talking about possibly throwing good money after bad, the difficulties in trying to prove the elements to get injunctive relief, like irreparable harm, like a likelihood of success on the merits. You're talking about clients possibly looking at you and saying, "Hey, I don't have the time, the inclination. I don't need to get into this firefight. Love you, but I'm moving on to a firm that doesn't have these same difficulties and these same obstacles." It is just a nightmare scenario for these big firms.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned that because what is the pivot point for these firms? Because we know, obviously, President Trump only going to be here for the next 4 years. How do they look beyond this now for the next 40 years for their law firm when they've undergone this treatment?
When you are faced with taking such a massive financial hit, and even to some extent a reputational financial hit, because certainly those clients that are aligned with the president's policies, they're not going to want to do business with you either. Or those institutions or those clients that will be afraid of being associated with a law firm that's on the blacklist, even if you don't agree with the president's politics. It all comes down to money. It all comes down to being able to earn a livelihood, being able to keep a roof over your head, over the heads of your employees and your contractors, and everybody that and everything that goes into running a law firm. So again, it's so easy to say, okay, we're not capitulating, we're not giving in. But good luck when those monthly checks and those weekly checks have to be written. And yes, to your point, could you write it out and wait until 2028? Sure, you could. But what happens between now and 2028? Can you survive that long? Can you limp along to the finish line? But then what happens if Vice President Vance becomes the presumptive person to take over, and his view of it is aligned with President Trump? So now what are you talking about? The potential of another 8 years on top of that? It's not sustainable.
Yeah, very true. Very true. Randy Zellin, thank you so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. Always great to hear your point of view on everything. We, again, appreciate your input, and you have a great weekend.
Thank you. Appreciate being with you.
Take care. All right, everyone. It is coming up on a new hour, just past 4 p.m. Eastern out on the East Coast. That is going to do it for my time here on the desk of my colleague Andrew Kraft is going to be with you for the next several hours, breaking down the day's biggest top stories and headlines. And this is how the day ended up as the Dow Jones there. Major sell-off day, more than 700 points in the red. We were showcasing that to you all right here on Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, I do want to go out to Mexico right now, where we do have DHS Secretary Kristi Noem right now. She is with the president of Mexico, and we are getting this feed in. So let's bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you.
Thank you, Russ.
All right, so we did get a little bit of that tape playback just moments ago of the meeting, and they're now the media being told to leave. All right. In the meantime, let's go back out to Senator Moody. She is still talking about the fentanyl crisis. Let's listen in.
To take any questions. Yes, thank you. And this is a really interesting setup. You can see us. There's all these lights on us, but you are in the complete dark, so I cannot see your face. But I'm just going to answer this voice that I see in the corner over here. The Halt Fentanyl Act schedules, so makes illegal and sets out penalties for fentanyl and most specifically fentanyl-related substances. So what was happening is the chemical compounds of the stuff that was pouring into this country, again originating in China, coming through Mexico, and then smuggled into our country by the cartels. Each substance might have a different chemical makeup. And so it was making very hard when it was determined that someone died of a fentanyl-related substance to get that prosecution and that specific penalty, because fentanyl-related substances that would be the catch-all for all of that, even the slight changes in chemistry, those were not scheduled. And so a lot of what we're seeing, our children, especially across the nation, die of, and what I personally heard testimony from in Washington during committee were parents that lost children who had taken a pill that they got from a social media app, and it would be this chemical compound, totally illicit. But this will make it easier to go after those poison peddlers, those traffickers of these chemical substances, once we can get it permanently scheduled.
And what are the federal penalties now for, if you're saying these are components that are used to make fentanyl, or these are chemicals that already contain fentanyl?
They're already the substance that mimics fentanyl. So it schedules fentanyl and fentanyl-related substances. Those substances mimic the chemical compound of fentanyl. Depending on the amount would affect the penalties. Of course, we will get you those based the specific amounts and those penalties. But I can tell you, as a former federal prosecutor who went after drug traffickers many times, those penalties are based on the amount of drugs. I want to take a moment too and commend our now Attorney General Pam Bondi, former Florida Attorney General Pam Bondi. It is legend in Tallahassee when we started seeing this drug in our communities, that she was going around the Capitol with a vial and a very, very 2 small grains of sand to show people what it would take to kill someone, pushing to get this scheduled. And it shows the passion that she had at the time and still has to go after those that are seeking to do Americans harm. And so I'm excited to be now in Washington, pushing as a senator to give her, as Attorney General, the tools that she needs to make this country safer, that the president needs to make this country safer. And I think that I know that this will go a long way to helping us accomplish that.
What do you think our viewers need to do to see that this passes?
Would you mind repeating that?
What do you think the viewers will be seeing this news conference? What do you want to tell them that they need to do to see this?
Yeah, if you are someone that cares about this issue, and you can't have been alive in the last decade and not been touched by this in some way, a family member, a friend, a coworker, this is the time. We are at our best chance of getting this passed right now in Congress. If people will call their House members, call the Speaker's office, encourage them to bring it up, make sure that it passes so that we can get it over to the president's desk as soon as possible. I am so proud of the efforts that we have done here in Florida. I'm so proud that we didn't just focus on trafficking and efforts in terms of law enforcement efforts, that we also complemented that with naloxone, pushing it into the communities and getting treatment to those currently addicted. It has to be a 3-front approach. But we have to, in order to meet the moment in terms of our law enforcement efforts, we have to pass this act and get this scheduled federally. And so my ask would be to make sure that your representatives and your senators in Florida, you've got the senators covered. I know that Senator Scott agrees with me, and I'm in his ear all the time about it. He cares about this issue very much. But we need to call the representatives in Washington and make sure they know this is important to Americans. This is the #1 deadliest issue facing Americans' health right now. You heard the statistic on how it's affecting our babies and children in terms of incidental contact. It is so important. Let's get it scheduled. Any other questions?
When you say we need to get it scheduled, I'm not sure I follow exactly. What does that mean?
So, any substance that is an illicit substance, a drug, has a schedule. I don't want to get too much into the details. I don't know if your viewers will appreciate it. Of course, I can do that with you separately, but there are different schedules. So you'll have a Schedule 1 drug, a Schedule 2 drug, a Schedule 3 drug. That's how it's federally scheduled in federal statutes. And that would tell you what penalties are assigned to that particular drug. And it's based on its effect on the community, on the human body, its danger, it's whether it's medically used. There's all kinds of factors that go into that. But the way something is scheduled is how it's prosecuted and what the penalties are associated with that. So, and that applies to any drug that you would throw out there that you would probably know of. whether that's methamphetamine, cocaine, you know, I could go on and on. So this just gets fentanyl scheduled so that we can the cases and prosecutorial efforts are easy to accomplish.
Last question, please.
Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
My niece committed suicide 4 years ago in front of my sister over fentanyl. It's very hard on the family, especially on my sister that witnesses. The person that sold her the fentanyl got 3 years. And that's such a concern for me because that's not enough. So how can we change that? Because I feel that they go in and they come out and they're not really getting penalized that aggressively.
Well, first, let me just say I'm so sorry for your loss. I personally met with folks around this nation that have lost loved ones, and I'm very sorry. It drives me and inspires me, and I know it drives everybody up here in the professions that they have chosen to do, and thank you for that, is to help families that are might go through something like yours, prevent that from happening again. I was just in a hearing dealing with the elder population and opioids and how it affected the elder population. And what struck me was that when we lose someone in a family, it's not just children that suffer. If it's a mother or father, the grandparents' lives are forever changed. They are now called upon at an older age. Often they're struggling physically. They are definitely not in a position in their lives where they thought that they would be caring for young children. It has placed a lot of strain and resources on extended families. And so when you talk about your extended family and the loss that you felt, I think that we're feeling the dynamics of this crisis in ways that we don't always immediately recognize. And I do understand there is this drive for justice, for vindication when we lose someone. And quite frankly, that's what we all want up here, is to bring justice and closure to those that have suffered from crime. And the HALT Fentanyl Act is seeking to help with the prosecutions of what I call poison peddlers. We have to put traffickers behind bars. We have to hold them accountable for what they are doing. And if they are peddling fentanyl, that is the most deadly drug. Carfentanil is another synthetic opioid like that, but these drugs are lethal in very, very small amounts. It's the most dangerous drug we have seen as in our nation's history. That is why we are losing hundreds and thousands of Americans to this drug. And so this will help with those efforts. This will help us bring justice to those that have lost loved ones to traffickers. And what you see coming out of DOJ and out of the White House right now, all around the nation, they feel that drive to bring justice to those that have lost loved ones. And we want to help them do that by giving them this tool. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it.
Okay, so Andrew Kraft here now in the anchor chair, and you were just listening there to Florida Republican Senator Ashley Moody alongside other law enforcement officials with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office discussing the HALT Fentanyl Act. And so wanted to make sure that you saw a majority of this here on Live Now from Fox. I'm going to be in the chair with you for the next couple of hours. Thank you to my colleague, Mike Page, for guiding you through the last couple of hours on a pretty busy Friday. We have a lot of live events queued up, ready to go. Some are ongoing at the moment. So before we go to a quick commercial break, let's just show you what I have at my disposal here. So we're waiting for Air Force One there to touch down on the tarmac in Palm Beach. President Trump will be spending the weekend there at his Florida residence there. So once we see Air Force One touchdown, we'll let it breathe. We'll show you President Trump disembark from the plane, and you'll get to hear some of the natural sound. We also have the Prime Minister of Canada right now speaking in Montreal. Take a look at this, Mark Carney there. We'll bring you some of this. As you know, when we let you listen in to the Canadian Prime Minister, it vacillates between English and French, so we're going to do our best. This coming on the heels of a phone call that Prime Minister Carney had with President Trump just this morning. The White House and there, Canada in Ottawa, issuing and publishing readouts of those phone calls. So we'll bring you those as well. So shaping up to be a pretty busy afternoon here on this Friday. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here. Sue Live now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Hope you're getting a good start to your weekend, but let's get into more of these top headlines here. This is the post on Truth Social that President Trump made just today, outlining his phone call with Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, saying, "I just finished speaking with Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada. It was an extremely productive call. We agree on many things, and we'll be meeting immediately after Canada's upcoming election to work on elements of politics, business, and all other factors that will end up being great for both the United States of America and Canada." He says, "Thank you for your attention to this matter." Now, some are highlighting or at least acknowledging that he did not refer to Canada here in this post as the 51st state. He did not refer to the Prime Minister of Canada as the Governor of Canada, much like he did with the previous Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau. And remember, Mark Carney has called a snap election for April the 28th. So we'll be diving into some of the politics going on there north of our border when it gets closer to that election time. But Carney is speaking live right now in Montreal. We do want to start it from the very beginning. And remember, this is probably going to go between English and French. Let's keep listening.
I will take your questions.
Bonjour, Monsieur Carney. Fanny Olivier de Radio-Canada. Tout à l'heure, Donald Trump a évoqué l'idée que le Canada pourrait peut-être être exempté des tarifs du 2 avril. Est-ce que c'est votre compréhension, à la lumière de cet appel-là, que le Canada pourrait être exempté le 2 avril?
Premièrement, nous avons eu, Monsieur le Président et moi, nous avons eu une discussion très productive, très constructive aujourd'hui. Et on a fait du progrès aujourd'hui, mais c'est le commencement des négociations. Et on verra on verra ce que les États-Unis va faire le 2 avril. C'était encore le cas. C'est encore le cas qu'il y a des tarifs contre les biens canadiens qui existent maintenant. Did you ask for it in English? I'm sorry. Yes. Okay. I said we had the president and I had a very constructive, very productive discussion this morning. We've made progress. It's the beginning of negotiations. I will add, ce n'était pas dans ma réponse en français, je veux ajouter que nous sommes d'accord que nous aurions des négociations compréhensives après l'élection. We will have comprehensive discussions of the broader economic partnership after the federal election. But this is the start of negotiations. We will see what the United States does on the 2nd of April. It is still the case, of course, that there are tariffs on a number of other Canadian goods.
Est-ce que vous vous engagez à exclure la gestion de l'offre par un projet de loi? Donc, vraiment de façon législative, exclure la gestion de l'offre des futures négociations avec les Américains?
Madame, dès que le commencement de ma campagne électorale, afin d'être le chef du Parti libéral, je suis clair. Je suis absolument clair. On n'a jamais des discussions avec les Américains en ce qui concerne la gestion de l'offre.
Mais est-ce qu'on a besoin d'un projet de loi pour ça?
On a besoin d'un premier ministre et un gouvernement qui est clair et fort.
In English, please.
Miss, on supply management, I said with respect to supply management, I have been clear. From the very first day of the launch of my leadership campaign for the leadership of the Liberal Party, the launch of my economic platform with Monsieur Champagne on Mauricie, that we will never have discussions with respect to supply management. It's off the table. And what one needs to ensure that is to have a government and a prime minister with that commitment, with a strong mandate. Thank you.
Bonjour, M. Carney.
Bonjour, madame.
Vous venez de répéter qu'il n'y aura pas de retour en arrière sur la relation avec les États-Unis. En même temps, vous dites que vous avez eu une discussion très constructive. Donc, est-ce que quand même il y a eu du mouvement dans votre perception sur est-ce que c'est possible d'avoir un réchauffement ou un retour de la confiance?
On a fait de progrès, soyons clairs. On a fait de progrès. Mais le président, il veut transformer l'économie américaine. Et à cause de ça, il va transformer l'économie mondiale, y compris l'économie canadienne. Il a des secteurs stratégiques, selon lui, pour l'économie canadienne, y compris l'acier, l'aluminium et les automobiles, le bois d'œuvre. Il y a d'autres. Okay. Il faut... nous pouvons faire de progrès, de grands progrès, selon moi. On peut faire de grands progrès dans cette situation. Mais ça, c'est différent du monde de 90 et le monde de NAFTA et même l'ANANA, en effet. Il y a des changements. C'est pas le point clé, et c'est pas un processus d'avoir l'intégration, une augmentation de l'intégration entre les deux économies. Ça, c'est différent. Alors, le rythme, le momentum a changé. Il faut réagir. Et nous pouvons réagir. Nous pouvons bâtir une économie très forte ici. Nous pouvons créer des liens avec d'autres économies à travers le monde, et on va le faire.
Monsieur Blanchet a dit que c'était prétentieux de votre part de conclure ou de déjà céduler une rencontre après l'élection avec Monsieur Trump, parce que c'est pas certain nécessairement que vous allez être la personne.
Okay, so you can see there, it's in a little bit more French than we anticipated, so wanted to make sure you heard some of the answers there in English from Prime Minister Carney. Now, Carney has not been to Washington yet since becoming Prime Minister, but this phone call that was taking place this morning, I believe was the first time both President Trump and Prime Minister Carney got on the phone and spoke to each other. So wanted to make sure you knew that that phone call had taken place. You see there in the lower right hand of your screen that Air Force One has touched down there in Florida. So let's step out of this. This was not live. It looks like this just wrapped up there. We do have a live shot. This is in Montreal. And you can see there a lot of shipping containers, cargo containers behind Prime Minister Carney there in the port of Montreal. Speaking of Canada, we have a beautiful live shot there in Western Canada. This is in Vancouver. So kind of some cool vantage points up and down and around Canada here. Anyway, Carney, also his office issued a readout of his own version of how the phone call went. He said this: today, the Prime Minister, Mark Carney, spoke with the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. The Prime Minister and the President had a very constructive conversation about the relationship between our two countries. The leaders agreed to begin comprehensive negotiations about a new economic and security relationship immediately following the election. In the interim, the leaders agreed that conversations between the Minister of International Trade and Intergovernmental Affairs and President of the King's Privy Council for Canada, his name Dominic LeBlanc, and the United States Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick will intensify to address immediate concerns, saying the Prime Minister told the President that he would be working hard for the next month to earn the right to represent Canada in those discussions. The Prime Minister informed the President that his government will implement retaliatory tariffs to protect Canadian workers in our economy following the announcement of additional U.S. trade actions on April the 2nd. So wanted to make sure we got that in there as well, because depending on, remember, how the election goes for Canadians, for Carney come April the 28th, Carney loses, of course, he won't be Prime Minister at that point. There will be someone new in that role there in Ottawa. So that was somewhat more newsworthy of a statement than the post on Truth Social by President Trump. Carney acknowledging, saying that once April 2nd rolls around, Canada will also implement additional tariffs in retaliation for the reciprocal tariffs that are going into effect on April the 2nd. Okay, so like I said, let's take this shot here. You can see on the tarmac in South Florida. Air Force One just touched down there. The president is spending the weekend at Mar-a-Lago. So let's just listen to this shot here while we wait for the president to disembark. It's always kind of interesting to see who travels with Trump on Air Force One for these weekend visits. Let's keep listening. All right, and there you can see the stairs are being driven up to the door there on Air Force One as we await for President Trump to disembark there from the plane. And if I see anyone I recognize, which I'm sure I will, I'll point them out, whoever is traveling with the president. He had one event in the Oval Office today. You watched it here live on Live Now. He swore in his longtime personal attorney, who is now a White House staffer, but for no more. That's Alina Habba. Alina Habba was sworn in today as the interim U.S. attorney there in New Jersey. So you watched that. We also just had a segment on, and we're going to have another segment on it later this afternoon about the Trump administration's actions against some of these white shoe law firms. Many of those law firms are striking deals with the Trump administration for millions of dollars in pro bono work, defending the administration. Others are taking the administration to court over some of these executive actions. So we're going to get into all of that a little bit later on. As you know, early this week on Monday. That story was published in The Atlantic magazine by its editor-in-chief, Jeffrey Goldberg, highlighting some of these conversations on a Signal group chat that he was inadvertently invited to, discussing strikes against Houthi targets in Yemen. Vice President Vance, of course, was just in Greenland today. You watched it live. He took a lot of questions on that story, day 5 of that story. And one of the key focal points, key figures in that story is National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. Mike Waltz also on hand in Greenland as well, as was Senator Mike Lee, the Republican of Utah, and the Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright. So we've been following that story quite heavily here on Live Now. Other members of the Trump administration, as you know, have been in many far-flung corners of the globe. Secretary Rubio touched down in Miami yesterday after his first tour of the Caribbean as Secretary of State. Also, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, still in Latin America. You just saw there briefly at the top of this hour, meeting with the new Mexican president, Claudia Sheinbaum, there in Mexico, coming on the heels of her travels to first El Salvador, and then yesterday, of course, she was in Colombia. So we're just waiting for President Trump there to exit the plane. Also today in the Oval Office, he was asked about the trip to Greenland by some of his national security officials and the vice president about what the United States plans to do with Greenland. Trump saying, we have to have it. Of course, Vice President Vance got a lot of questions on those statements about what does the president mean by that? What type of U.S. presence is there going to be in Greenland? And that is a question that we'll keep asking here on Live Now to some of our national security experts. So we are just waiting for the president there to get off Air Force One as it has touched down there in Florida for the weekend. And in these shots, we always kind of hold our breath, wait and see whether or not the president might address or take questions from the pool. Press pool traveling with him, though he did take a lot of questions today in the Oval Office. So let's keep listening. All right, just some of the other headlines we'll be touching on throughout the course of the afternoon while we wait for the president there. Remember, we've been following pretty closely as this battle in federal court plays out with the Trump administration's plans to deport undocumented migrants, many of whom we have been documenting are members of this violent Venezuelan gang known as Tren de Aragua, or TDA. The Trump administration invoking this wartime law that's only been used twice before in U.S. history to more readily expedite some of these deportations. That's known as the Alien Enemies Act, passed in 1798. Well, today, the Trump administration is asking the Supreme Court for permission to resume those deportations under that very law while this court fight continues. Remember, the Trump administration filed an emergency appeal to the High Court following a rejection of their plea to the Federal Appeals Court in Washington. They lost that by a 2-to-1 vote in the appeals court. So we'll just have to wait and see now what the High Court says on that very issue. No timetable yet on when they might take that issue up. Now, originally, remember, the order temporarily blocking the deportations, it was issued by U.S. District Judge James Boasberg, a name you've probably heard a lot in the last few weeks. He is the chief judge of the federal courthouse in D.C. Okay, so it does look like there is some movement there. Saw a door open. We're just waiting for the president and those traveling with him to step off the plane there. Let's listen, let's watch. All right, so if you're just joining us here on Live Now, we're a little past the bottom of the hour. It's about 4:35 there on the tarmac in Palm Beach. Air Force One touchdown about now 15 minutes ago, and we're just waiting for President Trump to disembark from the plane and whoever might be traveling with him for this weekend there at what, the president calls the Winter White House, Mar-a-Lago. And also you watched live earlier this morning, the president swearing in his longtime personal attorney and White House staffer now, Alina Habba, to a role there on an interim basis to be the next U.S. attorney for New Jersey. Then he took a few questions about the trip his national security officials and the vice president are taking to Greenland. They're there, of course, as we speak. You heard from Vice President Vance and others earlier today. And there is the president. We see him there as he will soon exit the plane. Let's listen. Okay, so it looks like the president and just the president got off the plane there, got into the Beast on his way to Mar-a-Lago for the weekend there. So we're just going to hold the shot here, wait for the Beast to get going, and then we're going to keep it moving and move on to some of these other top headlines of the day with a wave there by the president. So I always say it's always really cool to watch Air Force One touchdown and taxi on the tarmac. No matter who's president, it's always just a really cool sight to take in and watch and observe there, as well as the motorcade drive off. So there it is. There you have it. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We have a lot more in store on this Friday. I hope you're getting a good start to your weekend, depending on where you're watching from here. But in the meantime, actually, it does look like the president did take questions from reporters on the plane here. It looks like the White House press pool, they're going to queue that up. I think we can take a quick commercial break. I think it's safe to do that. When we come back, if it is queued up, we'll take some of those comments in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Live picture there at the White House. So it does look like we are about to get just what we call tape playback there from the president. So we're just waiting for the White House press pool to play this out for you so we can play this out for you. So stand by for that. We have a live picture there at the White House. We are kind of at the disposal of the White House press pool, so it just depends on when they decide to give this footage to us. The president there on the plane with Caroline Leavitt behind him taking a few questions. And so in the meantime here, let's keep it moving. We do want to stay, though, in Washington. Andrew Kraft, good to be with you on this Friday. Let's move over not too far away to Capitol Hill, take a live look there at the U.S. Capitol. Well, our friend and colleague, Fox News Capitol Hill correspondent Chad Pergram, well, he was catching up with lawmakers outside the Capitol Hill steps, including Steny Hoyer, the Democrat from Maryland, the former House Majority Leader. Let's listen.
That they want to try to rein in the jurisdiction. Give us your view on that, and specifically that hearing.
What I just said is this administration does not care what the judges think. Homan said that. Nobody in the administration said, oh, that's not right. Now, the president has said different things at different times about whether he will comply with judicial orders. They are angry about it.
They're doing this hearing before the House Judiciary Committee next week about the judges. You know, they have this bill that they want to try to rein in the jurisdiction. Give us your view on that, and specifically that hearing.
What I just said is this administration does not care what the judges think. Homan said that. Nobody in the administration said, oh, that's not right. Now, the president has said different things at different times about whether he will comply with judicial orders. They are angry about a judge's order. They're angry because he found something to be inconsistent with the law. And because they're doing a lot of things that are inconsistent with the law, they are angry that that affected them. They're not unique. Presidents of both parties, members of Congress from both parties, have been angry at times when courts made judgments with which they did not agree. However, if we adopt the premise that every time that happens, and Roosevelt, you recall, wanted to pack the courts, that didn't happen because packing the courts or trying to silence one judge or trying to silence the district courts, which are the entryway into federal litigation and determining what the law is, they want to silence them. That is a very, very dangerous. It is a step towards autocracy.
Real quick, I know you have to go here. What about just the idea of having a hearing? Just the fact that they're going to hold a hearing, Grassley's going to hold a hearing, that sends a chill or sends a message.
There's no doubt that they want to intimidate the judges. Donald Trump's MO is intimidating his opponents. And interesting enough, using the courts in many instances to do so, to continuously litigate, continuously drag out, and go to every possible appellate level when the courts rule against you. I think you're right. I think part of this effort is to put in the judge's mind, whatever judge it is, if you don't go our way, we're going to get you one way or the other. That's bad for America. It's bad for the American people. It undermines the constitutional premise that our founding fathers had, that there were three co-equal branches. And neither one could control the other. But any of the branches could be an impediment to not following the Constitution or the laws.
Thanks for your time as always. Good to see you. Thank you. Thanks, Mark. Of course. Yeah. Hey, Mr. Raskin, how are you? Good afternoon. Hey, just want to talk to you about this hearing next week before Jordan's committee, your committee.
Yes.
And I saw, literally, as I was standing here, they announced the witness list. I think they have somebody representing or been affected by the gang. They also have Speaker Gingrich. What do you think is
Gingrich? I didn't see that.
Yeah, Gingrich. I mean, what do you think is are they trying to send a message to these judges just by having a hearing, saying we're going to look at this issue by these judges?
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to intimidate the judges. I mean, there's tremendous fear right now because the judges are experiencing a lot of death threats and violent threats. Justice Amy Coney Barrett's sister got a bomb threat last week. So that's happening. Then there are also federal departments and agencies that are disobeying court orders. We saw that in Judge Boasberg's courtroom where he ordered that the airplanes be turned around with these people who are alleged to be gang members, but nobody's ever had a hearing, and there are people coming forward saying their family members on that. They have nothing to do with gangs. One guy is a gay hairdresser from Florida who's said that he was picked up because he had a tattoo of his favorite soccer team on him. So in any event, there are government officials who now think they have the right to disobey court orders. And then they're saying they want to impeach judges who rule against Donald Trump. More than 50 courts have struck down with temporary restraining orders or preliminary injunctions all of the lawlessness and chaos that's taking place. And so their response to this is to say impeach the judges, and that's what Jim Jordan's hearing is all about, to go after these judges. But we're going to use it as an opportunity to talk about their decisions and what the original illegality was that they're responding to.
But you know that they don't have the votes to impeach. Isn't this also kind of an effort to get some of their more arch conservative members, talk them off the ledge with impeachment? Also, there's the ISA bill that's going to come up next week, and maybe work on that and say, okay, well, we can kind of hit it this direction and kind of be a panacea for impeachment, because we know we really can't do impeachment.
Well, look, I lived with them over the entire last Congress, where they knew it was going to be very tough to get the votes to impeach Joe Biden, but they didn't leave him alone, and they had that impeachment investigation going up right to the end. Even some of them are still talking about it today. So I know that there are Republican colleagues who are absolutely determined to impeach these federal judges, and we've got to oppose that with everything we got. You know, Chief Justice of the United States himself, John Roberts, said that the proper response to disagreement with a district court opinion is not to intimidate the judge or try to impeach the judge. The proper response is to appeal the decision. So I think we've got to restore that basic rule of law value.
And last thing here, as we said, we just got the witness list. Speaker Gingrich, former Speaker Gingrich will testify here. What are some of your questions for the witnesses at the hearing? What do you want to know? What would you ask them?
Yeah, what is their specific problem with the legal reasoning in any of these cases? They haven't told us what their issue is with it, and why is there this overwhelming number of judges who are rejecting all of these unlawful executive orders and executive actions by Elon Musk, whose own legality within the government is extremely dubious. They don't want to talk about the underlying facts of the cases. They just want to attack these judges. I mean, the main one that they've targeted, Judge Boasberg, was first nominated to the bench by President Bush. So what we really have is an administration that has set itself at war against the rule of law and against the Supreme Court and against the federal judiciary. And we're going to make that very clear, the Democrats, when we expose what the underlying facts are of all these cases.
Are there issues, though, with judges making these rulings that apply nationwide? The Republican argument is that it should be restricted to their jurisdiction or their kind of area.
Well, I'll give you a great example. There's a judge in Texas, in the Northern District of Texas, named Judge Kaczmarek. And of course, the Republicans were lined up around the block to get into his courtroom. They were forum shopping, and they got him to do things like strike down mifepristone, and then it applied nationally. And they did that in lots and lots of cases. We never said, let's remove the procedural mechanism which says that courts can strike down an unconstitutional law. We said that that guy was deranged, and it's not fair to fly down to North Texas if that's not where venue really exists. But now they've changed their tune, and suddenly they say, well, we don't think that federal court orders should apply nationally, even if you're dealing with an unconstitutional policy. And that's ridiculous. That would be like saying in Brown versus Board of Education, the court's decision should only apply to Linda Brown's school and not to segregation across the country.
But that was a Supreme Court decision versus yes.
It ended up upholding a district court ruling, striking it down. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for your time. Good
You
to see
bet.
Thank you.
Okay, Chad Program there doing some great journalistic work, trying to get some of these lawmakers to take some of these questions. And you heard there from Steny Hoyer and Jamie Raskin there talking about this hearing that's going to happen next week in front of the House Judiciary Committee about federal judges, the federal judiciary. As you know, we've been covering that story a lot of Republican criticism coming from the top down, from the Trump White House on down there, especially Republicans on Capitol Hill who object to some of these decisions being made by federal judges that are nationwide in their scope. And remember, Judge Boasberg is one of these judges that have fallen in the crosshairs of some of these Republicans. In the meantime, before we go to a quick commercial break, this is Capitol Hill related as well. I want to put this up here. Ryan Schmelz, our colleague, our friend there, we spoke to him yesterday, saying this, because everyone's still talking about, why the Trump administration pulled the nomination for Elise Stefanik to go to the UN. And so Ryan Schmelz quoting Trump earlier today saying, Trump says his decision to withdraw Stefanik's nomination over concerns with the slim House majority was, quote, basic politics, and another Republican would, quote, probably win her district. But, quote, the word probably is no good. He says Speaker Johnson will put her in a, quote, high leadership position. Of course, she appeared on Sean Hannity's program just last night, explaining that she wants to be a member of the team, and if she had to do this to be a good member of the team, then so be it. All right, in the meantime here, let's take our final commercial break of this hour. We'll see you in 2 minutes. welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. So, like I promised, we finally have some of what we call tape